First item we have is a site design update, the Lowell, the Hosmer, and the Cundiff, and I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight we have our landscape consultant here. As you may recall, we presented some slides on the playground areas and some of the site amenities for each of the three elementary schools approximately 6 weeks ago. And then as part of that discussion, we indicated that at the request of the building committee, we would we would include DPW, Lori as Director of Public Buildings, and some other key town officials in a discussion around the playgrounds and best practices and existing equipment and some of the things they prefer to do and prefer to have in the playground areas. We had those meetings, we had those discussions, and we are going to be going back to that group, but tonight we wanted to present just an update to the various areas and give you a better sense. In the previous presentation, some of the imagery was somewhat diagrammatic, and so we wanted to give you a better sense of each of the playground areas at the three schools and some of the things that have been adjusted. In many cases, we want to point out that the equipment that you may see in the images is not finalized. We're still going to have quite a few discussions around those, but I think the imagery will give you a good sense of the areas. And all of you have it in your handout presentation, so until my connectivity to the screen starts, I'm going to ask Chris Bradner, our landscape architect, to speak from your handouts.
Sure. Thanks for having me back, everyone. Any questions, feedback, we'd love to hear from you tonight. As Scott mentioned, this is one piece of the process. We'll be showing images of school gardens and play areas tonight. We did have a meeting with DPW and Parks and Recs, as well as we had a meeting with the garden coordinator and some of her volunteer staff, as well as some of the staff at the Lowell School, where we talked about the gardens in particular. So what you're seeing tonight is another step in the process of decision-making in terms of making each play area for each school unique and creating some consistency and safety in the garden areas for future use. Great. So one of the things that, and I'll go through these quickly because I know you have a lot on your agenda tonight, and we can always go forward and backward between the views if you want to see any of them again. This is looking at the hillside at Lowell. We'll start with Lowell, looking at the expanse of the lawn area and keeping that view shed the way it is today. And tucking the new garden space and play space into the hillside within the tree line. This is the new front entry based on the new addition, the kindergarten wing and the entrance from George Street. This is a view looking north, so you could see the historic front entrance of the Lowell School. And the focus here is to show how the garden and the play area interact with each other, and this is a primary theme for this particular school. So the colors that we use, the plantings that we use inside and outside the play area and the garden area are the focus on this one. This is a view looking south. You could see the existing maple trees that exist that are going to not only hide the play area from views from George Street, but also add a lot of shade to that play area as well. This is just another view looking out towards Orchard Street from the play area, coming out of the kindergarten doors into the play space. So the idea is that we're playing with landform, both landform and equipment that kind of have up and down movements, similar to how they play on the hillside, up and down movements up the hill and down the hill. This is another view looking into a little bit closer to the garden area, which is adjacent to the play area. They are separated by a pathway and a playground fence, but they're still very visually connected. This is much closer to the garden area, indicating similar materiality in a nice wide seat wall where kids could congregate and line up and move on to their next activity, but also be right next to those plants, right at eye level as they're sitting on that seat wall. And then one entry point to the school garden, working on some physical trellis work that the garden coordinator can change year to year, season to season. This is a view directly into the garden with the historic front entrance of Lowell in the background and to the right. There's plenty of flexibility within this garden area. There's raised planters. There's two types. There's a accessible one that's a little bit higher that you can stand or you can be seated at, or the second tier raised planter is much lower and it has a lip that kids could sit on and sit around. They all meet the size and spec that the garden coordinator would like, and again, we would be taking all this information back to that group to ensure that we're meeting all the needs of that program. And then we show an easy transition down the hillside with the smaller seating area, boulders in the landscape, making it very organic. And this is specific to the science classroom where they would come out of those doors that you see in the background, come right into this flexible space where they could set up tables and chairs or picnic tables or folding tables that they use today, storage right there, and they'd have their instructional activity there that's a little bit separate from the play area and the garden area specifically for less distraction before they move into their activities. And this is a view of the outdoor, outside of the cafeteria. It's a large patio with open seating, and the idea behind this is it's enclosed, it's secure, they can eat lunch out here, or they can have after-school activities, or they can use it for any other flexible outdoor space and outdoor learning. And this last image is back to the garden. We just wanted to show how they would get into the garden from that doorway that you just saw 2 images ago. There's a path that leads out along the building to the play area, and then there's a separate path that's elevated slightly that goes directly into the garden space. Do you want me to take questions before we move on to, or just go all the way through?
Mr. Chairman, you want us to go through all 3 of the schools on the site update, or you want to take questions by
Let's take,
school?
in case anybody has a question at this point on the Lowell. Any questions on the Lowell? Lindsay?
My only question, I love how it looks, is in the raised seating, like the little step spots that, I don't know what it's like, yeah, that one there. I'm just wondering if that is without like even a notch into the bottom step where a kid that has mobility issues that's in a wheelchair could kind of be tucked in with the rest of the class rather than being out in the front of the whole space. Makes some sense, even if it was like in the middle and just as a feature of that first step, so that that child could be seated with everybody else rather than in front of everybody else would be a nice feature to that particular setup, just so that they don't have to feel in front and separate.
Good comment.
when using
Yep.
that.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments? Paul and then Steve?
Are there any major elevation changes with that front lawn? Are we going to be cutting into it?
Yeah, what we're,
Flatten out here,
right.
seating?
What we're hoping to do is the elevation at the historic entrance of the building, that's up high, and then the garden area would be terraced down a few feet from that, and then there'd be those couple of steps down into the walkway and then the play area. So it would be terraced down so that there wouldn't be one significant drop, like a wall, a higher grade change between the top and the garden, or we also wanted that nice long seat wall along the front of the garden space, so we didn't want to have that be too high either. So yes, we are terracing.
Okay, great, because going into that area where the shed was, just behind the seating there, that's a pretty good drop-off there, the way it exists now.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Steve?
I'll just throw out, I guess, a comment, or just an impression. You know, I like to kind of think of play areas as having sort of, you know, some kind of a theme or something that makes them kind of unique, and the only thing that you really mentioned, you know, I'm looking at pages 6 and 7, you know, the thing that you mentioned is kind of the up and down movement, which I think makes some sense. It doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't strike me as being a play area with a real theme that really struck me as being unique and different and really interesting and exciting. Maybe it doesn't need to be. I don't know, but I'll just throw that out there.
Sure. It may help when you see the other two schools and how they compare. And this one, we're also looking at a younger age group, because the older kids are going to be playing on the other side of the school. This is geared towards the 5-year-olds, so the equipment is maybe a little younger. And I think the bigger theme here is the idea of the garden and the play area being as integrated as possible.
Okay,
And now you'll see, on Hosmer, you'll see a difference in how we're dealing with those play areas.
thank you.
Any other questions? Kelly?
Just to follow up on that, and as a parent of a 5-year-old, just want to convey what her favorite things are, because I just didn't see a few things. So one is the swings. I noticed that you have, how many swings are there?
I believe there are 4. Thank you, Jackie.
Okay, that seems great, okay. I know they always have fights over who's on the swing, so I just, you know. And then monkey bars?
If we don't, we'll take your comment and we'll go
Okay.
back.
I just
Sure,
know that's another one
absolutely.
where there's a long line.
Agree there, yep.
And then I just didn't see very many benches for the parents to sit while their kids play for off-hour use.
Yep.
So,
I believe we have 2 6-foot benches in this play area, kind of taking advantage of the shade of the trees.
okay. Might want to
They
just
might not
consider,
be in
like,
these
another
views,
one.
but they're
Yeah.
in the
Yeah,
project.
and I saw the table area, which is great, because I always see a lot of families who will like bring dinner and they'll, you know, eat at the playground where the kids play, so I always think that's a good idea. And then, so are we doing anything with the existing playground across from Lowell Ave?
Not currently.
Okay. Is there a reason why? Or we, not that I mean, we go there a lot, I think it's in decent shape, but I just wonder if we want to visit it.
There is a project in the capital program to improve
Oh,
that
okay,
playground.
all right, so CapEx, okay. And then my last question is just, can you remind me what the material is on the ground? Like-
Yep. We are, right now, what we have in the project is a poured-in-place surfacing
Okay,
that meets
like the
all of
rubber
the-
surfacing
Yeah.
type? Okay, all right,
Yep.
cool, thanks.
Any other questions? Let's move on.
Okay. All right, so at the Hosmer School, we have 2 different play areas. We have the one where you see numbers 7, 8, and 9. That is the preschool, pre-K, early learning play area. And then we have the other one, which is the K through 5 playground. So the unique theme here, obviously for the pre-K, preschool, we're looking at a lot of universal design elements for those little kids and mobility issues and the ability to allow staff and/or parents to be with the child on the equipment. So you'll see that a little further along. But first, we'll start with the larger playground for the older kids. We're looking at inspiration from looking at local watershed issues. The great thing about this is we've got some unique sign panels in here that it's more like a scavenger hunt where you can pick up on themes of fish or wildlife or plants, and we're hoping to do that actually at each school. So Lowell elementary school will pick up on a scavenger hunt theme of flowers or insects or plants. On this one, we were going to pick up on watershed-inspired play pieces. And so what we did was, we did include a swing set at the early, at the preschool pre-K playground, and here we're using something similar, but it's different. So it's not just a second swing set, it's another type of swing where a group of kids can sit in the foreground. You'll see this kind of bowl or saddle, and they can all sit together. So it's a unique experience. And then we have the net climber, which is called the crab trap, which is kind of fun. And then a larger play piece in the background. We can switch to the next image. Here's another image of the larger play piece, and it has monkey bars, it has slides, steps, climbers. You can go to the next one. This is a way to integrate the planting and the landscape and native habitat gardens that separate the play area from the play equipment area from the sport court area, where we understood from meetings that the kids want a place where they can throw a ball around or kick a soccer ball around, but it doesn't necessarily always just roll right into the play area. So we have a bit of separation there, but you can clearly go back and forth. This is, again, the sport court area where we also have a little bit of a grade change where we could take advantage of that and provide some seating. And we're still looking at the design of this and figuring out the right amount of space that's needed. We're also looking at potentially small panels of artificial turf within the fenced-in area that would require less maintenance, a little easier on DPW to maintain some of these specific areas. And we'll show another image of that too. This is a view coming from the new Hosmer School across the street and into the play area, that entry progression experience. This is the preschool pre-K early learning play space. Again, playing on themes of watersheds and learning opportunities there, but also having some bright, vibrant colors. One thing to note about this is, you know, we're still working all the play pieces out, and if you see a color that like stands out at you that you don't like, you know, rest assured, it's just a click of a button and a specification that changes that. So you can go on to the next one. This image, we really wanted to show you the wide ramps leading up into the play space, but also some climber pieces that allow students with abilities to be able to continue their mobility growth. And you can see the swings in the background. And then this is the other sport court that's directly adjacent to the pre-K preschool play area, but also it's adjacent to the softball fields. So there's that integration of being able to do multiple things within the greater space of the campus. This is another area that's fenced in. It's going to be a different maintenance requirement. So if we create a path that's, say, like a running path or a trike path for the little kids, it also has potentially a panel for artificial turf that can be used as a different kind of play surface. And then this is the garden on the south side of Hosmer. Again, right at the side entry, so it's a great way for students and parents and visitors to see what's happening in the garden. At this school, it's also important to note that we do want to keep the other existing garden that's at the corner of Winthrop and Chauncey. Did I say that right?
You did.
Or Hanover and Chauncey.
It would be on the northwest corner on this side, right here,
Yeah, that garden area
Hancock and Chauncey.
will remain and protected during construction. And then this is just another view of the same garden along the edge of the building and the path, the sidewalk along Concord.
Questions on the Hosmer? Steve?
Just throw out one comment. As opposed to my last comment, I think this one's really good. I really love it kind of gives you a feel of being sort of like a little pond or wetland area, and those water themes, I think, I really like it.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? Let's go to the Cuniff.
Okay. So this we have split into two different play areas. We heard from the staff here that they would tend to have the younger children at the play area that's marked with numbers 2 and 3, and then the older students at the playground on the east side of the school. They also did say they might kind of switch them up year to year, so we wanted to keep them flexible. But you'll notice a slightly younger theme closer to Warren. That's also the bigger community garden that's, community play area that's used today is in that area. So for this school, we were thinking of picking up on the theme of physical fitness, health and wellness, and you'll see a more climbing apparatus on this one. So you can switch to the next one. This is viewing towards Warren Street. There's the entry. The students would come in and out of that door directly to the play space. We do have the swings, which they love. And then in the background off the picture is the larger grassy area to be able to kick a ball around or move in a different way than the play area. And then this is the other side for quite possibly the older students. Again, we're looking at bigger climbers, net structures, structures that have little hangout spaces. We tried to do that on each one, to have these little moments where a group of kids could just sit together as they're getting older in 5th grade. Their tendencies to hang out versus run around and play are a little bit different. So we tried to accommodate that in these. This is another view looking towards the back of the school. Just another view of all the play equipment. And then small sport court here with a single hoop. And the school garden that is on the south end of the school with access either from the gym or from the west side of the school. Again, a similar garden component, similar fencing style that meets the garden coordinator's needs. What you'll see in that specific things like a leaf litter pile, a yard waste pile, composter, flexible seating area, different heights of raised beds, et cetera.
Questions on the Cuniff? John?
Just a quick one. You didn't show anything, well, you didn't show anything on the ball field? Is that,
On the ball field for Cuniff?
yeah,
So we have the same amount of green space that we've had in previous presentations. There, you can see it there. We can certainly provide images. We wanted to focus on the gardens and the play areas.
Yeah, but there would be also, I think, fencing there, I think, what I've seen before, likely?
We have shown fencing that came around, if you're referring to this area of the
Yeah,
site.
right,
We have
right.
shown fencing around that area.
Yeah.
However, our current direction in there is not to make anything permanent associated with a ball field.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, it's got fencing around it. If you were to set up T-ball there, it's an open play area, but we talked about it and decided that a large backstop or anything like that would not be associated with the fencing that goes around the perimeter of that field area.
Thanks.
Kelly?
I just want to give my appreciation for making all of them so different. I think it makes each of these playgrounds a destination so that we're all not committing to our neighborhood, so that, you know, we can be like, Lowell looks great, and we'll go to Lowell. So I think it's a great variety of play equipment, so thank you for that. And then this is really a question for the town. I'm not sure if it's a conversation we've had about like potential dedications of either the playground or equipment or benches. Is that something that we would consider? You don't have to, you can answer later, but just a thought.
I think we could talk about it.
Okay. Because I know that there might be families and parents that might be interested in doing that. Okay.
We would consider it, but we'd probably have to come up with some type of
We'd have to
process.
announce it and have a process. It might be worth considering, especially, I mean, obviously, it helps our budget, but I know that me personally, I'd be interested in doing like a bench or something, and so it's a great.
We have a process for doing that, and we've done that from time to time. People have done, you know, made contributions.
Awesome, thanks.
Steve?
I guess I would echo those comments. I think I'm impressed with the Cuniff. I think it looks really good, too. Just the Lowell, I don't know, I'm not as impressed with that one. I'll just say I'm underwhelmed with that one.
Sure.
I like the other two. I think they're great.
Any other questions or comments on this portion?
John Green did.
Yes, Lindsay?
I had two questions. One, it might be a question for Steve, actually, is in the capital plan for the Lowell, the other playground, is that like to redo the surface of it, to redo structures? Like, what is that plan? I'm just curious, because these all look fantastic, and I would sort of feel concerned about not knowing like what or when that project looks like at Lowell, just considering like it's also not a brand new school where the other two are. Do you know what I'm saying in terms of that plan? Do you know what the scope of that is?
We've had some conversations with the recreation director. I think it's more just the surface right now,
Okay.
is what's in the CIP. But also, it doesn't mean that, depending upon what happens with the budget here, that maybe we can incorporate this one, because it's also, I'm a little concerned, I've mentioned this to the recreation director, about moving forward and doing the Lowell now.
Oh, yeah. That's a
Although
good point.
there has been some requests to do the Lowell bigger playground now, and I'm a little hesitant on saying we should do that now.
That's a good point. My second question was for the landscape folks is, when the rec department and DBW were involved in this, was there any conversation about the loss of a usable ball field for the town? Industry. I'm always trying to stand up for Watertown Youth Baseball, because my family's highly involved in it, and that field behind Cuniff is used by both T-ball and the Rookie League every single Saturday and Sunday, multiple days during the week, during the spring and summer. And so I'm just kind of curious if they recognize that we were losing that, and I'm just curious if that came up at all. It's possible that it didn't.
I guess I would, to some extent, echo that concern, because what we showed was a T-ball field in front of the school, so we kind of said, no, we've got a T-ball field still in this presentation, so,
Yep.
you know, if we're not gonna have a more formal T-ball field, then I think that might be a concern.
It's just a loss of space for the town that there's a couple hundred kids that participate in that program that we're gonna have to figure out what they use instead. That's something for the group to consider.
Any other questions or comments? Dee Dee?
So, just a very brief comment, but looking at all of the plans for the gardens, which are fantastic, I just think we have to be mindful from the school department side that we're going to definitely need probably a full-time garden coordinator. I mean, these are amazing gardens, and right now we have a very part-time person who does a great job, but I just don't know how we'd be able to tend to all of these. So it's just something to keep in the back of our minds how we're going to do that.
Sorry.
So that's it. They're lovely, though.
Any other questions? Anyone in the public have questions? Yes, please step up to the microphone.
Anne Marie Clinton with the restraint. Hello, all re-elected officials. I'm just curious about the evening. So a lot of the schools, with the beautiful gardens that are here and the beautiful things that are presented, how they get protected when all the teens are roaming the properties, which they so often do, in clusters, and just whether there have been thoughts about that. Like, how do you protect this from the general public and our curious youth, and not the little ones?
I mean, certainly one strategy that would apply to all the schools, and not just outside the schools, but inside the schools, is for the first time, all of these sites will have complete video surveillance. And so it's our intent that the town and the school would utilize that to deter, anybody damaging not just outside structures, but even the building inside. And it really works we've seen it over and over and over at many school projects. It works as a fantastic deterrent. All it takes is for the kids to know that they're on camera, and that activity generally ceases.
So does that mean there'll be exterior lights around the buildings? And
There's some exterior lighting, just code-required lighting. The cameras we utilize now are designed to pick up without that lighting, though. The light does not have to be on in order for them to, very low level of light, and those cameras can pick up accurately.
okay, thank you.
Anything else? Let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which would be project schedule update.
We just wanted to present a brief update to the elementary school projects and focus primarily on the next few months, because it is a critical time in the project. This is the same schedule that was presented, I believe, on May 6th to the building committee, and we've just updated it. But we just want to point out that it's still part of the schedule to complete the 60% construction documents. You can see right here on November 22nd, and that may seem a little unusual because we're just talking about the DD cost estimates tonight, but keep in mind that we've still been moving forward since July on the project into construction documents. So we will be preparing and submitting a complete 60% set of construction documents on November 22nd. And then there'll be a time period where those documents are reviewed and reconciled by both of the cost estimators, both Hill's cost estimator and our cost estimator. And then during that same period of time, the commissioning agent, which the building committee will have brought on board, will be reviewing those 60% documents. And then with a goal of presenting all of that reconciled information at the end of December. We also want to point out that both the Cuniff and the Hosmer are still on track for a March release of bid documents. So we've got March 12th as that date of 2020 as a release date for the documents. Filed sub-bid contracts, which involve some of the trades will be delivered, their bids will be delivered to the town on April 8th, and then the final general contractor bids, which include comprehensively all of the construction costs of the project, would be delivered at the end of April, with a goal of doing a contract award in May to a general contractor and then mobilizing in June on the project. So there are a number of other activities that have been identified here. In December, there'll be some focus on the move management plan for the elementary schools. And then we've continued our updating of the LEED scorecard, but we really wanted to just remind everyone of that 60% date on November 22nd. There is a deadline in between where we'll be producing a 90% set of documents, but at that point in time, we will not be doing cost estimates. Essentially, the project at 60% construction documents will need to be fully resolved for budget, and that 90% is more of just a check on completion prior to releasing the 100% bid documents.
Questions on the schedule?
I would point out that also that Hill is currently building a much more comprehensive and detailed schedule that they'll be presenting in the near future, and we've had a lot of conversations around that. We just wanted to update the building committee on these major milestones that were presented on May 9th prior to them rolling out their detailed schedule.
Kelly?
So, a question, just a couple of questions. So one is going ahead and looking at the construction aspect. So we award in late May, and then we're mobilizing in late June. And it just seems like 4 weeks is such a short amount of time to meet with our awarded contractor and work through site logistics and everything that's going to be involved with busing. There's just a lot of site logistics and parent logistics and drop-off logistics and a lot of things to talk about, and 4 weeks just does not seem like enough.
Most of the construction logistics in terms of the way it's going to be handled will be sorted between now and then. In fact, one of the items on the agenda tonight that we've decided to move to the next building committee agenda because there was so much on the agenda is project phasing. And because it's a general contract bid, we want all of those things sorted out and detailed as part of the document. So we'll be having conversations between now and that bid date about a lot of those logistics items.
So we just deliver that to the contractor and they abide by it, and they don't really have much buy-in?
Right, it is different than a construction manager at risk project in that we do sort all of that out ahead of time and deliver it to them as part of the bid package for them to comply with.
Okay.
And there are plans to meet internally on a regular basis, one of which is this Friday, where we will be going to AI3's office to review the updates and revisions to the phasing plan.
Yeah. I just personally have a lot of questions, and some of the parents I've talked to, just trying to understand what this really means for, our kids. Like, what's the summer program going to look like that's usually at Hosmer? How is the busing going to work? What's the impact going to be on the neighborhood? And just trying to really understand the greater logistics of it all, because I think it's all very exciting, but it's all very soon. So.
And that is a fair point. We are also in the process of putting together, just as Scott mentioned, a move plan, as well as a move management plan with each individual principal, speaking to each individual school, as well as the superintendent and facilities, on how do we make all the moving pieces, parts and pieces go together. I mean, we have somewhat of an outline in our office. We are not necessarily ready to share until we gather some more information and can bring it forth.
And we'll have a plan to communicate with the parents as well, because I'm hearing concerns from not only parents, but teachers. So I think it's just, I just feel, I'm getting the sense from the community that we're feeling a little bit in the dark. And I mean, not we, because we're obviously working on this a tremendous amount, but I just want to make sure we give ourselves enough time to warn everyone, because I could see a little bit of backlash.
I have a different question, but let me follow up on that. If I understand this schedule, though, also, it doesn't minimize the issues that you're raising, but is it the intent here that there wouldn't be any particular impact on the building and the people that are there on this school year? I mean, you have 6:30 as mobilization on site, so the idea is that once school is over, then the whole area is going to be impacted, but parents won't be dropping kids off every day.
The big impact in this school year will be that the plans for moving out of the preschool pre-K at the Hosmer and the plan for evacuating that entire part of the building that would be demolished would have to be implemented, at the tail end of this school year.
During the school year?
Right.
Okay. So there is some impact in the building.
Well, it would be a plan in place on how to
But you're not going to do it.
strategically put it in place, but not necessarily to do it during the school year.
Right, okay. The other question I had was, and maybe I just misunderstood on this, but, so the construction documents and the bids and all is all on the Cuniff and the Hosmer not the Lowell?
That is correct, because we are deferring the bid of the Lowell until we get closer to the time of actually starting the construction of the Lowell.
So we're not going to try to have, whether the same contractor may or may not be the case.
Not on the Lowell. Yeah, we're putting the Cuniff and the Hosmer together as a package.
Yep.
And then the Lowell will be bid later, probably a completely different kind of contractor as a result of it being primarily renovation to a historic building, and a smaller contractor too.
Okay.
Lindsay?
That was my question.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee on schedule? Kelly?
So if I totally agree with the plan to group Cuniff and Hosmer together, and so we'll price that and award that, and then I'm assuming, how are we just, we're gonna look at the estimate, and then we'll just have a bucket of money that's what we have for the Lowell?
No, we've been pricing and estimating Lowell, and we've been adding the escalation to that necessary to represent the cost out in the future when it would actually be constructed.
But it's just an estimate.
That's correct.
Yeah, so we're not gonna have like a GMP, so obviously it's just an estimate, an estimated value that we're carrying over.
Right.
Okay.
That's
Plus
the-
escalation, plus escalation.
Plus escalation.
Yeah.
What are you carrying again? Sorry.
But that's the case for all three of the schools. Lowell is no exception. All of them at the moment are an estimate based on the DD set,
Yeah.
so.
So are we awarding them all at the same time? I guess that
No,
should be-
the strategy is to award the Hosmer and the Cuniff potentially as one package to one contractor.
Yeah.
And the Lowell as an independent to a second contractor.
I
That
guess what I'm saying
specializes
is-
more in
yeah.
renovation addition projects.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is just obviously when you award, it becomes a real value and no longer an estimate. So I just making sure that we're safeguarding ourselves and, carrying over our estimate. So it's great to hear that
Yeah.
you're obviously carrying escalation and maybe some contingencies over.
Absolutely. There's a lot more escalation, and we could go over it in the budget portion, in the estimate portion of the slides that are to follow. But there's a larger value placed on the escalation for the Lowell
Okay.
due to the fact that it's later in the schedule.
All right, that's helpful. I didn't realize that, so thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Lindsay?
The only additional comment I would kind of say is looking at this, like when bid documents are going to be ready and when, like the phasing construction schedule update and stuff, like just once you kind of hit past the longer winter break in January, for teachers and parents, that feels like it's too late to find out about changes to their situation. I feel like at the end of the school year or in the summer. And so I just kind of keeping, and even if it's just like, it is probably gonna be like this, you're just giving the community some information about that phasing plan and stuff. I feel like once you kind of get into the winter and stuff, in the world of education, people kind of start turning over their plan for what they picture things going to be, and it's hard to find that stuff out in like March. It just feels last minute if it gets that late, so.
Yeah, I think that at the next meeting, we will present those Hosmer phasing plans that we're not talking about tonight, and I think that Hill is now mobilizing to work directly with the Hosmer staff on a move management plan, and all that will start to go into place now, so.
Anyone else? So we're skipping over the next item? Project phasing, and then going to materials.
We are, and I even decided to withdraw materials review because I know you've got the high school on the agenda tonight too, so we're, Mr. Chairman, I think we'd like to go, with your approval, just to the overview of cost estimates. I'm sorry, to the commissioning.
Are we gonna do commissioning before cost estimates?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Vivian. Oh, question. Can you step up to the microphone? Sorry.
So I'm asking in regards to, there's a lot of discussion about the community as I hear, it's more the school community and not the neighborhood and the community and the plans directly, because while school ends in June, that's my summer and my front yard, basically. And so the traffic and the impact of what's going to happen for not just my neighborhood, but all of the neighbors, for all of the schools, or the Cuniff and the Hosmer, Are we talking about the detailed plans for what is going to happen to our neighborhood and how we're living in that neighborhood, regardless of whether school's in or school's out, when it starts in the morning, when it ends at night, all of the above?
The phasing plan that we'll be presenting, meaning AI3 will be presenting, is more a logistics plan on how the contractor, what areas of the site the contractor will be occupying, during what periods of time, and what areas the school will have available, and where fencing will go up. The sort of greater logistics of the school and the surrounding neighborhood would be what Vivian was referring to when she was saying over the next few months, there will be conversations and engagement surrounding how that process will take place and what kind of policies and procedures will be put in place for the neighbors to communicate with the owner's project manager on issues and problems. And so they, in some ways, are two, although they're very much related, they're two separate things. But I would certainly let Vivian speak to that piece of it.
We don't have all of the details worked out at this moment, but it is our plan to start with the school community first and start discussions there, put together a logistics plan that works best for them as well as for the community, the surrounding abutters.
So it's not just about the abutters, it's about all of the people that are in the neighborhood that utilize, there's a portion of the property that's the school and the rest is for the town. And for the taxpayers of the town, right? And so I get that this is a school building, but it's also on overall town property and has a direct impact on my day-to-day life and so many others. And so I want to be on the equal play field as far as communication and structure that's going to happen in our community above and beyond the schools. Because it's really, we're the ones that are sitting here. There's not a lot of representation from any of the parents that are in the school coming week after week and being dedicated to this process. So I ask that we have equal balance.
Let me take a moment on this one. I will say that you've seen us in the past. We were gathering information at each site. We will have a meeting at the Hosmer neighborhood and go over this. We're going to reestablish our communications committee, subcommittee, but I just want to remind everybody that no matter which site we're at, I've stated this before, it's going to be painful. We want to give as much information as we can. We will do the best we can, but it's going to be a challenge for a significant period of time. And we will do the best we can.
I appreciate that, but I just want to make sure that this isn't all about what's happening at the school and to the families. It's happening to our family every single day.
We will be having a meeting just for neighbors, not just people in the schools.
And the recreation committee, because I feel bad, because that, you guys know, the Hosmer's used so much during the summer.
Yes.
It's a beautiful field.
Yes. Anyone else? Okay, Vivian on commissioning.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to kind of take a step back first and in order to move forward and review what is fundamental and enhanced commissioning. With that, it is a lead requirement. Fundamental commissioning is a prerequisite for lead school projects. Enhanced commissioning allows the project teams to earn an additional credit by providing a commissioning process that builds upon the fundamental process. As I mentioned, it is a prerequisite. You do earn one EA fundamental commissioning, which is required. The intent of the commissioning is to verify and ensure that fundamental building elements and systems are designed, installed, and calibrated to operate as intended and as designed. What you might ask are some of the building systems that require fundamental commissioning. The heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration, better known as the HVAC systems, the lighting and day lighting controls, domestic hot water systems, and the renewable energy systems, in this case, which would be solar. The process of a commissioning agent includes the review of the owner's project requirements and the basis of design. verifying that the installation and the performance of the building systems and delivery of a commissioning report. So they would be responsible for doing a lot of the testing and making sure that the testing is occurring not only on a timely manner as well as intended, verifying and validating. For this project, since we are trying to achieve LEED Gold, we would be also engaging in enhanced commissioning. The enhanced commissioning covers all requirements, as I mentioned earlier. Also, it includes the review of the owner's project requirements at the 60% CD phase. Hence, it is imperative that we come to a decision and an approval tonight to move forward. Reviewing of the contractor submittals concurrently with the review of the architect or engineer of record and provide feedback to the design team and the owner. They would also be developing a systems manual that gives future operating staff the information needed to understand and optimally operate the commissioned systems. In addition to that, within the first 10 months, they will be back to provide additional training and verification of the training, as well as building operations personnel. We are also included in the commissioning agent employing building envelope commissioning. The building envelope consists of the roof, the exterior walls, and floor of a structure. These elements form a barrier that separates the interior of the building from the outdoor environment. The reasons why you would definitely want to commission the building envelope and testing is to ensure that the building envelope has no issues, to detect any possible water leaks, to prevent snow and ice formation on the windows, similarly to here where you could, I don't know if you could really see the condensation right about here, as well as many of us have worked in office buildings where you see some of the ice formation observed. It is in order to prevent those. Prevention of excess filtration, as well as to prevent any visual damage. Some of the advantages are both environmental and economical. It is known to reduce the owner's total cost of ownership. Many say that it pays for itself with improved operations, avoided problems, and increased energy efficiency, and it can potentially reduce the number of change orders and the cost. Operating personnel are better trained and provided with better O&M documentation. Buildings that perform as intended consume significantly less energy, improve design and construction coordination with fewer change orders, maintenance, and operation costs. So some of the steps we took in evaluating the proposals: we were fortunate to receive 7 proposals. We received proposals from Vanderweil Engineering, R.W. Sullivan, NV5, Fitzmyer-Tachi, Colliers, Consulting Engineering Services, and EBI Consultants. Formed a subcommittee, which the subcommittee met and reviewed all of the proposals. The subcommittee ranked each proposal as either most advantageous, or disadvantageous. We also ranked the top 3 proposals in order of most advantageous, and after that, performed reference checks on the top 2 firms. Once we discussed the outcomes of the reference checks, we confirmed and agreed upon selection of the top-ranked firm. So the 2 top-ranked firms that we selected were NV5 and Colliers. Did a reference check on both agencies, and most importantly also, even though this is not an MSBA contract or a project, but the commissioning agent tends to be hired by the MSBA, so we also reached out to the MSBA. MV5 has done 30 projects with MSBA, where Collier has done 37 projects, both in very good standing. We selected Collier's group as our top selected, and with that, opened the cost proposal envelope for the top-ranked firm and reviewed the cost proposal and identified that it falls within our budgeted amount.
So our next step would be to recommend the approval of Colliers as the commissioning agent for the Watertown 3 elementary school projects, and we ask this committee to have a motion to approve. Any questions?
Questions on?
I know it's very dry information and subject matter, and I tried to go over it quickly.
Vinnie?
Thank you. So, what had we budgeted and what was the submitted?
I'm going based off of the budgeted amount that we were kind of working with. We had budgeted 550,000, earmarked that amount for the enhanced commissioning. And Colliers, even though their cost proposal came in at 320, they have various options outlined, and based on which options we do select, we are looking still under the 400.
Any other questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to move forward with Colliers?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the school building committee recommends moving forward with Colliers as the enhanced commissioning agent.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. I want to thank the subcommittee for their efforts in putting this together and reviewing all these proposals. It's appreciated, and we can move forward with this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Next subject matter, the design development cost estimates. I know we just mentioned where our 60% CDs are forthcoming in a couple of weeks, but we also wanted to take a moment to review the design development cost estimates. So the design development documents were submitted to both the architect's cost estimating team as well as the owners represented by Hill. Cost estimating teams, as described, AI3 is utilizing PMNC, which has done numerous projects, as well as we are utilizing RLB, which stands for Ryder Levitt Bucknall, which has a vast experience in the field as well. The initial cost estimates were submitted for review. The teams reviewed them and held a reconciliation meeting to review and understand all of the assumptions as well as the qualifications occurred with both parties present. The revised reconciled cost estimates were finalized and submitted. These are the numbers, the slides that represent the reconciled finalized cost estimate. I'll review them separately, and then I do have a slide that does a comparison for both. For PMNC, the subtotal with trade costs for the new building also includes site. For Hosmer, it's $50,804,577. They are holding a 5% design and estimating contingency at this stage, so $2,540,229. There is also an escalation. For the escalation, PMNC provided an allowance based on historical data and knowledge of the project. They estimate it to be $2,129,220. The total, or the subtotal with the contingencies would be $55,474,000, which upon you add the general conditions, general requirements, insurance, bonds, and of course, overhead and profit of $6,740,000, giving you a total of $62,214,000. Similarly, the same strategy was utilized for CUNF in reviewing the trade costs for the new building and the site of slightly under $30 million, $29,224. Design and estimating contingency, again at 5%, at $1,461,000. Escalation allowance of $1,224,000, bringing you a subtotal with contingency of almost $32 million. Adding to that are general conditions, general requirements, insurance, bonds, and profit of $3,877,000, totaling to $35,788,000 312. Lowell has a slightly different approach only because, again, portions of it is an addition and the other portion is a renovation. So the trade costs for the new building with site is $26,276, 232, with design and estimating contingencies going for 5% for the new and 8% for the addition, totaling to $1,766,177. Escalation allowance, this takes into consideration that the project will be bid later as well as constructed later. So escalation allowance of $3,582,205. With the contingencies, the subtotal is $31,624,614. Adding to it again, general conditions, requirements, insurance, bonds, profit of slightly under $5 million, bringing the total to $36,413,879. Adding the three projects together, PMNC estimates the projects, all projects coming in at $134,416,311. I'll take a moment to pause and ask if there's any questions before I go to the next estimate.
Questions? Paul?
On the design and estimating contingency of 5%, as you come across to that last box, it says 5% for new and 8% for the addition. The addition is new.
I apologize. I meant to add
The renovation
renovation.
instead of addition.
Yes, 8% for the renovation,
Thank
5% for the addition.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Kelly?
What was the assumed percentage for escalation?
5%. For escalation, PMNC gave an allowance. They did not specify exactly what the percentage would be.
Is that,
They're definitely carrying a higher percentage for Lowell than Hosmer and Cuniff, since both projects would be bid together and awarded as one contract.
Okay. Is it possible to get a breakdown of these in depth?
You can get the complete estimate. I mean, each of them has an enormous amount of detail. They're probably 40 or 50-page documents,
Yep.
so you definitely could.
I'll just have a lot less questions if I can see
Sure.
a copy of it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Lindsay?
Just a general overview, what is versus isn't, includes this like every single piece that we looked at, including like furniture and technology, or is this like just the buildings? I'm just curious what these numbers entail. Like without seeing that detail, I'm just not sure what that number
Right.
means.
No, great question. This entails more of just the construction, actual construction. So the design development documents that were submitted by AI3 were estimated. This does not include furniture or technology or any of the soft costs. This is strictly construction, and then below the line, which would be the design and estimating contingencies. This, as we move forward into the process and have the 60% CDs, will likely decrease, as well as the escalation, since we're getting closer and closer to the time of bid and construction.
Any other questions? Go ahead to the next one.
Similarly, RLB did a cost estimate as well. For Hosmer, breaking it down for the trade costs for the new building and site are $47,705,730. They did outline a 5% design and estimating contingency, adding to $2,385,287. Their escalation varied based on which project, so I kind of gave a varied, but again, I'd be more than happy to share the cost estimate. $3,577,930 for Hosmer, giving a total with the contingencies of $53,668,946. General conditions, requirements, insurance, bonds, similarly, slightly under $8 million at $7,943,058, bringing a total at $61,612,400. Moving on to Hosmer, with the building and site, 27,674,226. They were carrying a 5% design and estimating contingency of 1,579,913. Escalation was varied again. They ranged between 5 to 7% for escalation. 5,308,507. Subtotal reaching 34,562,646, apologies. General conditions, requirements, insurance bonds, profit at 3,924,029, totaling 38,486,675. Lowell for building and site is 24,653,107. They very similarly did 8% for the addition and 8% for the renovation at 2,323,280. They had a much higher rate of escalation. They were holding close to 16% at 6,194,445, totaling or subtotaling with the contingencies for 33,170,832, with general conditions, requirements, insurance, bond, profit at 4,387,889, bringing the total for Lowell at 37,558,721. The total for all three projects, they're estimating it to be a little bit higher than PMNC at 137,657,400. Now, I have to also remind everyone that RLB just joined the party, where PMNC has had greater opportunities to not only review the documents, but had previously been engaged to do the SD, so they're a little bit more knowledgeable on the project itself, just in the details. Kind of doing a quick,
One second,
Sure.
Tom had a question.
Yeah, Vivian, on RLBs, on the CUNF, the design estimate contingency of 5% is actually more than what it is on PM&C, yet the PMC subtotal for the building is higher. It doesn't make sense mathematically.
29, because their total for the,
I'm okay with the PMC one. 5% of roughly 30 million would be just shy of 1.5. But if you're gonna go to the next one, and it's $2 million cheaper, it can't be higher if they're using the same 5%. So there's something wrong with that 1,579,000.
it could be that they also had a varied escalation, where since their logic is that CUNF is going to be where, you know, for estimating design contingency, they felt this was a little bit higher. So I'll, again, double check, but I can also give you the full detail. I know that for the escalation in particular, it was varied, where PMNC provided an allowance and where they used an actual percentage
Okay.
as an approach.
Any other questions on this part before we go to the next page? Okay.
So just doing an overview glance look at both PMNC and RLB's cost estimates. For Hosmer, PMNC is slightly higher with a delta of 602,116. CUNF, however, RLB tends to believe that it's a little bit higher cost, and this is primarily due to the escalation, as you saw earlier. I can kind of go back to it in here, where they have a little over 5 million in escalation, and PMNC is carrying slightly over 1 million. There's a delta of 2,698,363. Lowell also, PMNC is a little over 1 million less than RLB. Total project budget for all three projects. PM&C, as I mentioned, estimates it to be 134, 416, 311, and RLB came back at 137, 657, 400, with a delta of 3,241,89. This, I kind of want to make sure that we notice this, because for all three projects, I'm not necessarily looking at them individually, but as an overall three projects, to come in under 3% delta is fantastic of one another, especially where RLB, this is really their first opportunity to take a look at the drawings and estimate them.
I have a question,
Yeah.
because I don't have the documents in front of me. The overall budget with the furniture and technology, where are we? We don't have a slide for that. I just wanted to get a rough idea of where the total project costs are compared to what we had budgeted.
Originally, when Hill joined the committee and the school projects, we are working towards the $170 million budget and not a penny over. So within that, we are preparing our own total project budget that we would like to share next time. However, in just kind of looking at where these projects come in, we're not necessarily holding PM&C's total, but we're also not holding RLB's, and we're slightly right in the middle. Only because we felt as though PM&C's total might be a little bit on the lower side due to some of the escalation, and since they have it as an allowance versus a percentage. But we also felt that RLB's was a little bit high, at some instances coming in at 16%. And that's not necessarily what we're seeing the market trend to. So we are right in the middle.
Okay.
And with that being right in the middle of both of them, we are still trending towards the bottom line being 170 and not a penny over.
Questions from the committee? Lindsay?
I would just say in terms of when, I mean, that's sort of the number that the public's viewing as the budget of the project. So like for me, just going through all these numbers, it was really hard to put meaning to it without that bottom line part. I imagine anyone looking at these documents or meeting notes or trying to catch up on what's going on will also have a lack of clarity. It's like, wow, the project's way under, and it's not including this other stuff, and they don't have a reference point to include that other stuff. So I just think that we might need that as part of, even if it's just a quick touch point when we talk about these things, because that's kind of how people are referencing the total project.
Absolutely, and we're, as I mentioned, we're working towards putting together a total project budget. We do have it somewhat in a draft format in our office. We just need to kind of make sure we review with all necessary parties before presenting.
Kelly?
So just piggybacking on that, I just, it's been months since we've seen an all-in budget, so I think it would be great to email out a copy for us to digest as well, because I know that many of us, myself included, really have not seen a lot of these numbers to really understand what the total project cost is at the end of the day, and then just to see what's built into the overall budget. So I'm sure you'll present a high level, but it would be great to get into the weeds a little bit to really understand what's making up that subtotal, and just to make sure that we as a committee are aligned and that we're being transparent with the community on what we're planning to spend. That being said, I do wonder why we wouldn't carry the more conservative number at this point in the project. So that is one question I had.
And again, that's something that, we did internally review, and some of the percentages that RLB carrying below the line were on the higher side. Not to say that we can't carry those numbers, but we felt conservatively just coming in right in the middle was a good place to be. We would like the opportunity to review the budget since, as you recall, we weren't the ones to necessarily set the original budget, and we're working to a set budget already, so we're also validating all of the lines and making sure that they're a good number and a good fit. We'd like the opportunity to review it before submitting it and making it public. We want to make sure what it is broadcasted is the right one, and that's what we're going to move forward with and not make any changes or adjustments to.
And I appreciate the no penny less or the no penny more, but at the same time, if we have exposures that we need to talk about now, I just want to make sure that we're being upfront about it and not just saying we're going to hit 170. So if we need to be conservative and advert some risk and have an exposure, let's talk about it now rather than bringing, I say the same thing every time, but rather than bringing a contractor in and then realizing that maybe we should have carried a more conservative number and, take a closer look, and then we've got like a schedule, I don't know, I'm like a worst case scenario person, but, and then we've got a schedule issue in the end, so.
No, I don't disagree with your comment.
Yeah.
I kind of share the same sentiment. And so the next round of estimates with the 60% CD package will be crucial. And let's wait and see where we come up at that point. And at that stage, there might be a whole different discussion where we have to look at VE options and which ones that we're, under which categories are the VEs, as well as which ones do we exercise.
My last question, and you don't have to answer this now, but would just be, based on your history with PM&C and RLB, I'd be curious to go back on completed projects and see how close they were to the final.
We actually do have that type of information. I don't have it as an exact. Usually, we use PM&C, and we've used PM&C on numerous projects internally at Hill, as well as personally. And if we were here first, we would have probably hired PM&C to do our cost estimate. But Scott has worked with PM&C on numerous projects as well and has a great history with them and reputation. So not that I'm saying I'm discrediting RLB's efforts, because we've used them as well. Hence the reason why conservatively I felt like going right in the middle is the best place to be.
But just a couple of things directly to that. We've only utilized PM&C for the last 23 years. That's the only firm we've ever used for cost estimating, and that probably includes 50 projects. And they've never, ever been over budget. Their estimate the bid has always come in underneath their budget. So we do have a lot of confidence in them. And they're really considered the specialist in the Massachusetts public school construction market. And so that's why everybody who does have access to them utilizes them if they can. And I understand you're at a disadvantage by not seeing the total project budget, but just a couple of items. There's $8.5 million in the total project budget for contingency completely outside of this number. Mm-hmm. And both of these numbers are lower than the number that we've been carrying in that total project budget all along. So I think it was good. This was super good news to us. When we saw both of these estimates the first time, they were even lower than they are now by several million, but we wanted to make certain that they had everything possible included in there. So we've spent weeks working with them to make sure that they added money back in, and so these are the numbers that they ended up with. So as a result of that process of making sure that everything's in there, we think these are conservative numbers.
Yeah, that's great, because I also know that we've added, we didn't have lead before, and we've got move management. So there's just this new line items. So.
Let me assure the committee and the community that I've had several conversations with Scott and Vivian. We want a realistic number. Yeah. We're looking at 170 as the target, but we want to present a realistic number that we feel achieves everything that we've talked about, including the lead, including all the visioning that the schools did. So we will go over before the presentation to make sure we're being presented a realistic number, and if we have to make changes if we're over budget, then we will do that. I can assure you that it's not a matter of we want to make sure that everything is realistic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a long time since we've really had this conversation, so.
Well, the challenge has been more that we didn't have an owner's project manager, and that really threw us off a little bit.
Behind it, so, okay.
Vivian, did you have anything else on this?
No.
Any other questions on this? So we'll close out this part of the discussion. Thank you, Vivian.
Thank you.
And I'll move on to the Sustainability Committee update, and I'll recognize John.
Thank you, Scott.
So the Sustainability Committee, Subcommittee met just prior to this meeting, 5 o'clock, and Scott, with the focus was on the photovoltaics at the two schools, the two new schools, and Scott talked about meetings that he has had recently with AI3 has had with 3 different power purchasing agreement organizations. And so we had a kind of general discussion about the kind of pros and cons, or kind of thinking about should we move forward and kind of look more detailed at the power purchasing agreement as a way to go, as opposed to the town kind of owning the photovoltaic panels, solar panels. And I think Scott, from his meetings that he had, felt that it's definitely something we should look at, that there may be some significant benefits to going forward with a power purchasing agreement. So our plan is to meet again at our next meeting to have more discussion about that. Lori's going to take the lead on getting some information for us, and we're going to look into that in more detail and then come back to the full building committee with additional information at this level and presumably a recommendation on whether we think that's a good way to go.
Any questions? I will say that if we go that route, this will have to come also in front of the town council for
the agreement.
Entering into that type of an agreement, so.
Okay.
We just have to, the committee would have to choose if we're going in that direction.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, high school update, and we're going to start with review of the educational programming, and I want to welcome Tim Bonfatti as he takes a seat. I don't know, Scott, are you going? Is Tim going first? How are we going to do this?
Sure. I'll speak first to the educational programming process. There are a number of visioning sessions scheduled with Superintendent Gonson and her staff, and so I don't want to in any way preclude any discussion around that. So that's certainly a big part of educational programming. The part I was going to talk about is the space summary, but I would defer to the superintendent if there's anything that you want to say around those upcoming sessions.
We're very excited about embarking on the visioning process for the high school, and we will be meeting 3 times on November the 14th, December the 2nd, and December the 16th, just around what the future of the educational program would look like in Watertown. Those visioning sessions are comprised of students, which are really actually the most important voices, I think, staff, parents, administrators, and some members of the community. And we'll just be going in depth, looking at, what does the future of education look like? What do we want to see in our school? What is the vision for that? And we'll be facilitated with AI3, and we're very excited about beginning that work. Certainly something that we've been thinking about for quite some time now, but actually being very concrete is an exciting step.
Thank you. Tim and I just want to talk a little bit about the MSBA's template for each space that will ultimately be programmed into the new high school building, because it has an impact on the participation of the MSBA in reimbursing certain spaces versus other spaces. And we just want to talk, this is the template, what MSBA refers to as the space summary template. And this is their document, their spreadsheet. We infill the portions of it that involve the existing building and any proposed new building or renovation and expansion to the existing building. And then we can't touch the columns over here, which are their guidelines. And so they categorize various areas of the building. And tonight, we want to talk, we'll dig into this more deeply in future meetings, but tonight, we wanted to talk categorically about some of these areas. And one category is core academic space. You can see, for example, that the guideline, and their guideline is driven by the number of pupils that they've approved as the enrollment. So 720 pupils is what drives each of these spaces and their sizes and the number of them. But in core academic space, we'll eventually be programming the general classrooms, small group areas, science labs into this category for a newly proposed building. But we'll be keeping an eye on their guideline because this is an area where the MSBA has some flexibility, but it'll be really important that the educational plan narrative explain in detail why this area, for example, might need to exceed the guideline. We see a lot of districts exceed the guideline here, but always heavily justified by a need for specific core academic program spaces. And so we'll be going back and forth with the MSBA through all these different submittals over the next year, essentially, justifying the spaces that are needed in the Watertown High School and trying to get the MSBA to reimburse and participate in as much of that space as possible. They start with a general guideline, but in this particular area, they're somewhat flexible. We'll also be programming special education. It's an area where they're very flexible as long as we can justify the needed spaces, and we'll be programming through those. And then art and music is an area where they're not as flexible, and so we'll be trying to work to their guideline, or if we're not within their guideline, we'll have to be in that place knowing that those spaces would not be reimbursed. And we're comparing right now to your existing building so you can just get a sense of where their guideline is versus the existing high school building. A couple of areas we want to highlight for tonight, though, are, for example, in vocations and technology. This is an area where their guideline is almost always exceeded, but it's important that we justify how it's exceeded because any potential Chapter 74 programs would be above their guideline, but would likely be approved by them as long as they were legitimate programs that the town intended upon and had taken the necessary steps to implement. And so we'll be working hard to make sure that we justify all those. But there are two areas that are exceed their policy, that exceed their guideline, that they don't allow any exceptions to. And one of them will be the health and physical education, and particularly the size of the gymnasium, and one of them will be the auditorium. And so you can see, for example, in health and physical education, they program in their guideline 12,000 square feet for a gymnasium. Well, even the existing gymnasium is larger than that. And so we know right now for sure that the delta between 12,000 square feet and whatever gets programmed in the new building will be ineligible for grant reimbursement funding. And then we know in the auditorium, they will allow you to construct an auditorium that can seat 2/3 of your enrollment at 10 square feet per occupant. And so they'll approve somewhere around 500 seats, but it's likely, since the existing auditorium has almost 800 seats, that you'll want to have an auditorium which exceeds their guideline, which you can do, but they'll make a portion of that auditorium ineligible for reimbursement. And I'm going to pause on those two areas to just see if there are any questions around the gymnasium and health and physical education and the auditorium space in particular.
Questions, Dee Dee?
So I just want to, since we had our kickoff meeting with the MSBA the other day, I just want to, from what I heard from the MSBA, that, like, say for the gym space, that 18,000 square feet was the maximum, and that if you went over that they would not participate. Is that correct, or?
12,000 is the maximum. They will allow you to build up to
18,000, right.
if you pay for that additional 6,000. And they literally put a cap on it at 18,000, where even if you want to pay for it, they won't allow you to build anything any
Right.
larger than that.
Yeah, that's, my point was that I think we have to
Yeah.
keep track of the fact that there are certain things that they're gonna say, if you go over it, then they're done. Like, they're not gonna partner with us, per se.
And then there's some things that they just put an absolute cap on, like
Right.
Tim points out that at one point in time, you couldn't build over 12,000 regardless. And now they consider it flexible that they will allow you to build over 12,000, but they cap it at 18,000. And for example, on the auditorium, they'll allow you to build more than 500 seats, but they absolutely cap that at 750 seats. And they don't pay for the delta between 500 seats and 750 seats. And the reason we wanted to talk about this early on is because ultimately, as we've mentioned in the past, the reimbursement rate can be very confusing because there's sort of the published reimbursement rate, and then there's the effective reimbursement rate after some of the spaces are made ineligible through their funding process. And then we want to point out the bottom line too, because it's important to note that the existing high school building has 220,000 square feet. Now, understanding that there are many inefficiencies in that because of all the additions that have occurred over time and all the hallways and corridors, et cetera. So it's not a very efficient building, but their guideline is at 152,640. So presumably, we're going to be, with a newly proposed building, above their guideline, but hopefully well short of the 220,000 square feet as a result of doing a more efficient building. But it's good to understand early on that not every square foot of the building will be eligible for reimbursement. And we said earlier, ineligible by MSBA guidelines should not necessarily be alarming. It's just a tool they utilize to control the size of their grant, because their goal is to spread their money as far as they can across multiple districts. And over time, particularly over the last few years, they've implemented a lot of policy that has the net effect of reducing the grant reimbursement, again, with a goal of them being able to spread more grants out to more communities. But they completely understand that your building will likely not be 152,640, and they understand that there'll be ineligible space that you'll be building but won't be part of their grant program.
Tim?
Just to follow up on that comment, as well as, so Scott's done, I think, a very good job of pointing out the ineligible spaces, that once we get through the process with the MSBA, that that there'll be ineligible spaces. But also, if you recall, and we will do it again, and we'll get close as we get closer to it, but I presented here the caps that are at certain parts of the grant. So it's not just the ineligible spaces. There's also going to be reductions in the reimbursement rate based on just hitting and exceeding caps, which every project does. This project, I'm sure, will, whether it's related to the site cap. I think if you remember, I'd said it's capped at 8% of the cost. Most sites, although depending on our location here, that'll be more or less applicable, exceed 8% of the construction cost. The building cost per square foot is capped at a number that isn't what current construction costs are, or even really close to it. So there are different caps that will reduce the rate, and then it's applied to a smaller square footage than may necessarily be built. So they made the point, as Superintendent Goldstone mentioned, they made the point at our kickoff meeting to make sure that we constantly remind you of their sort of provisions around grant management.
Okay.
Dee.
Sorry. I just thought that this would be a good moment to just share with the school building committee the fact that the high school has been going through a lot of work around Chapter 74 programming and just career pathways, and have embarked on a feasibility study around that last spring, and are continuing the conversation about potentially bringing in 2 Chapter 74 programs into the high school. And so we're doing a lot of our due diligence to make sure that we're prepared to share and discuss and support the idea of having more career and technical education programming at the high school, which I think will help as we get to that point with the MSBA.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
One of the assignments we have under the preliminary design program phase that we're currently in is to do an existing conditions assessment of the current high school. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through this or through all of these because we just have it in draft form now. But we wanted to go ahead. We have all of these 11 sections already prepared in draft form because we kind of hit the ground running over a month ago on the high school. And I'm going to distribute these. This will eventually be incorporated in the preliminary design program submittal. So it's more for those who just want to go ahead and start reading and getting familiar with some of our work that's being done. But if you would like to take one and begin looking at those sections, please do. If not, we will not be offended in any way whatsoever. And we also wanted to report that typically on any project, on the elementary school projects, for example, we did some exploratory programs and testing around hazmat, geotech, soils characterization, and site topo and boundary. On the high school project, we currently have good enough information on the site that we're proposing to hold off on items 2 through 4 until we know more specifically exactly what the project is, so we don't expend money in those areas and then unnecessarily or expend money that doesn't end up applying specifically to the project. So we won't be doing any of those likely in the preliminary design program phase. We'll likely save that work for the preferred schematic phase, which will be going on between February and October of next year. But we will be doing the hazmat investigation in the existing high school and expanding on the work that's already been done there, and that'll be ongoing in the next couple of months. But we want everybody to be aware those items 2 through 4, it makes a lot of sense to us at this point in time to hold those until the next phase. And then we just wanted to report to the committee that there will be a variety of different conceptual options considered in this preliminary design program. The MSBA is going to require us to do what they call a base repair code compliance analysis, which is essentially to come up with a cost if we were only to address the repair needs and the code compliance needs of the existing high school. No new program space, no reconfiguration of space, just the basic needs. They require this because they think it's great for any city or town to see the amount of money they would have to expend without any reimbursement just to address those things over the next several years. And then they always want, item 2, they always want us to do a renovation and expansion option for the existing high school building. We will likely do 2 or 3 of those options because they often want to see what would happen if we left only a portion of the high school building and what would happen if we attempted to leave almost all of the high school building. So there'll likely be at least 2 options that we're looking at around that. Certainly construction of a new high school on the existing site and how that might be completed, and there may be a variety of different options around that concept of a new high school on the existing site. And then for purposes of making certain that kind of no stone is left unturned, generally in any city or town, any town-owned property, which makes even a little bit of sense to evaluate just in case somebody in town asks the question or just in case the MSBA asks the question. We've talked about most of these in the past, but we think it makes some sense. It may not be financially feasible, it may not even be physically feasible, but we think that at least conceptually in this first phase, we should do an analysis of what if the Phillips Administration Building site was in the mix, what if Victory Field and the DPW site were in the mix. And again, this won't be designing detailed solutions for those sites. It'll just be looking at them conceptually and seeing if they make any sense at all to explore any further. So we'll be doing that. And then because Moxley Field is a town-owned parcel of reasonable size, it might make some sense for us to just do a quick analysis of that to share with the building committee. So it's our current thought that unless the committee does not want to proceed in this direction, or unless the committee has another specific site or town parcel, that these are the things that we'll be looking at conceptually, because as a reminder, at the end of this phase, we have to tell the MSBA what we want to study in more detail in the next phase. So we would want to at least come to a conclusion on what we're going to study in detail in the next phase. So I know it's a lot. Any questions around?
John?
Just a kind of a general question would be, if a community, a town wanted to consider private property, I assume that if they wanted to do that and were involved in purchasing it, et cetera, that MSBA is not going to pay for any of that. But is that still an option that a community could look at, or are they precluding that in this process?
No, it certainly is an option. It would be, the obstacles are significant because you would have to have control of that property in order to proceed in this process. And until you had control of that property, they wouldn't reimburse you as you continue to march through this process. So for example, if the town didn't already have the money to purchase it and it had to be put in a debt exclusion, you get no reimbursement until you got all the way through and were able to prove that you had the parcel. But they don't exclude that possibility from the process.
Any other questions on this portion? Go ahead.
And I think Tim had
We have a few other items.
a couple of items there. Yep.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand out two handouts that I wanted to review with you related to community engagement. Well, one's the schedule and one relates to community engagement, but so I'll just wait for those to get through. Before we talk about the specific community forum that's currently been planned for November 19th, the plan that we have been working towards and the one we've reviewed with the school department and seems to be the most logical approach is to essentially have three kinds of community forums. There might be multiple venues or forums within these sort of three buckets of meetings, but essentially the first meeting, which I'll go over in much more detail, the first meeting is essentially to introduce the project to the town and introduce the process and the players, as well as to get feedback. So the first meeting is more about as much about getting feedback as it is delivering information about the project, but also, so it's essentially a process of drawing out from people what are their concerns, and I'll talk more about that. The second phase of community forums and community education and participation relates to reviewing the short list of options that we've talked about before, that as we move through a long list and we get to the preferred schematic phase of the process, we work through a short list. And so the second phase would be to have a forum which essentially lays out those short list of options and gets feedback from the community about what they like about them or don't like about them. And essentially, the committee here then can hear that feedback and internalize that when it makes its decision about the preferred option. And then the last group of meetings is essentially the explanation of the project to the community in much more detail, why it was chosen, what is the highlights around the project, and it kind of kicks off the community education that would occur leading up to the town appropriation and ballot initiative. So those are the three kinds of community forums that we're talking about. The first one that I wanted to just send out this draft of an announcement, we've talked about it further with the school department, and that, when we've mentioned this here before, that on Tuesday, November 19th, And what we would propose in discussing it with the school department is at 6:30 PM, we host the first forum at the Watertown High School current auditorium. And essentially, that forum would be an introduction of the project team and the building committee to people, assuming that this is the first they're hearing about the project, at least in the sense of a formal forum as it's being developed through the MSBA. A portion of the forum would be dedicated as to how we got here and sort of walk through the process to get to the point today where we're moving forward with both an OPM and a designer. The next part of the forum would deal with, the presentation part of the forum would deal with sort of where we're going from here, and it would walk people in sort of plain language through the MSBA process and why we do the certain things that we do, and the timelines of when that would occur, as well as the opportunities so that people can see when key decisions are being made around which options are being picked, and their opportunities for participation in that. And then the last part of the presentation would be a presentation by AI3 just about what 21st century high schools in general, not specific to Watertown, but what in general they're offering to education and how the current designs of those schools really facilitate the sort of learning that's going on in schools and getting students ready for careers in college and moving forward in today's economy. So that sort of whets the appetite then and gets people thinking about the project for an audience participation where we would be getting feedback from whoever, basically with a mic, people would be able to provide their concerns, what they have concerns about the project, their hopes, what they want to see in the project, as well as sort of how they see how they feel a successful process would be, because in any kind of public project, it's just as important that we go through a transparent and open process. So try to get as much feedback from people about the process as well. We would then internalize that, bring it back to this committee, and essentially, that would inform how we move forward and through the next phase of the project. So that's sort of the plan in terms of the community forum. I think tonight we just want to confirm that the building committee, we are going to review this actual notice. It's not particularly, one thing was noted earlier is we need to include really be clear that this is about the new high school project and not about Watertown High School. So we'll make some revisions around that. But we wanted to get your feedback about the timing and the location, 6:30 PM at the auditorium.
Questions or comments? John? See you hesitated.
Well, yeah, so two comments. One would be, I guess I'm not exactly clear how much you're going to look for kind of community input on kind of what the high school, what the programming for the high school, kind of their, wishes for what the high school might become. Is that going to be kind of towards the end, and you're going to have something like that, or that was not quite clear to me.
That would happen as, it would be sort of the last half or so of this forum or portion of it that's left, 30 minutes or whatever it is, to get that kind of feedback. What are their, I wouldn't say necessarily the program, but what we would want is to get what are the sort of features they'd like to see?
Yep.
What are the sort of concerns about a high school that they would have? But yes, that's the intent to get it.
That's after a presentation by Scott, I guess, of kind of what 21st century high schools kind of look like.
Yes, right.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and our presentation is only to get them excited about what the possibilities are, but our expectation would be that people are going to talk about the traffic and safety and security and parking, and it's going to be more like their concerns, if it follows, the elementary schools, are going to be more around, a lot of those logistic, site-related and boundary-related things. We would certainly take some input on their vision for, a 21st century high school, but our assumptions are it's going to be more around the site and neighborhood-related concerns.
Mm-hmm. And then in terms of the location, I guess the auditorium, that's an option. it really depends on how large a group you have. Sometimes the auditorium is too big. People get kind of swallowed in that. We did a forum there several years ago in this planning process that we did. And, I mean, as I think back, it was too big, I think, for that. I mean, we have the lecture hall as another option, which could be potentially a little small. We need something kind of in between, but we can, I guess, think about those options. I don't know, you may have thoughts.
So we had a preliminary conversation just before this meeting about that. So one of the, I think either one is good. I'd like to have people start going into the high school, because I think the more you can get people that aren't, affiliated with the high school in there, it helps to build the reason why it is that we need a new high school. But so two things to consider is I think if we had it in the lecture hall, it could actually be televised live because of cable TV, which would be one advantage to having it in the smaller lecture hall. But then you do run into the problem, what if we end up with more than 100 people? I mean, it holds about 70 or 80, so I think you could probably get 100 in there, but if you get over that, then it becomes a little tricky. I do like the idea of having it broadcast live, just for people who can't make it.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's, you folks probably know more about what you expect the kind of attendance would be. Normally, these kinds of introductory ones in particular, when you're not really dealing with a particularly controversial decision or a major decision point, it's more an introduction. In our experience, they get somewhere between 60 to 100, could top out at 100.
So the lecture hall, it's probably a very good option then.
Yeah.
And, if we get more than that, we'll bring some chairs in and make it work.
Any other questions on the forum? We have another item, the review the draft community outreach plan.
Yes, so we're still working on that draft plan, and part of it, we're still getting feedback from the school about the website and sort of some of the capacity there, so I'll plan on having that for the next meeting, to be able to do that.
Just go over what that is going to consist of?
Yes, so essentially, it's going to look at both the public process, these community forums is one of them. It'll also look at sort of how people can connect with the committee in terms of a website and social media, how the information get pushed out to the community. And then the last part of it is sort of more later on, but when essentially the project is sort of been fully baked in terms of what we're doing, that we have a sort of an approach to look at how we communicate to the community with kind of a roadshow, essentially, about what it's about, and so we talk about the appropriate venues for that, but that's the nature of how that plan will look like.
Questions on this? Tom?
Obviously, it'd be too late for the November 19th, but I think if we could coordinate going forward on future community forums with putting a flyer in with the tax bill, I think that's going to probably be the best way to reach most of the taxpayers of the community. So, the next one that we could probably get it out for is February 1st tax bill. We would have to have it by the end of December or mid-December but with something scheduled for whenever.
Yep. We are anticipating forums in the first quarter, so that would be a good one to do.
Yes, Lindsay?
You mentioned wanting to make edits to this particular flyer structure, et cetera, and I agree that it really needs to be super clear that this is like, hey, exciting building project, let's talk about it. Could the community possibly be sent that PDF so that we can also share it to our own networks in our own mailing lists and social media wise ahead of time?
Yeah.
Okay, because I mean, that is coming up in, in only 2 weeks. And I think the sooner we can share a flyer that we're happy with, the better. Like, I wouldn't want to wait until we meet again to do that.
We'll get it to the local outlets. We'll announce it at council meetings, school committee meetings, try to drum up some interest in it. see if we can get it on the Notify Me on the town's website.
Yeah, and I just think that we each personally also have networks that will attract other people that also may not be doing those things at this time.
Yes, yeah.
Do you have anything else you want to
No, no.
add? Any other questions or comments on these sections? Okay, seeing none, the next item is schedule of the next meeting. I have a little bit of a problem with this room on the 20th, so we're trying to find another room for the 20th. That's our tentatively scheduled meeting at this point, and I apologize for that. There was supposed to be a statement from 2 community groups that I didn't get. So when I get it, the committee will get it, and it relates to some of the kitchen amenities that WE's 3C and Watertown Faces Climate Change would like to see incorporated into the plan. So as soon as I get a copy of it, I will forward it to the committee for their review, as well as Scott and the team, so they can, this actually relates to the elementary schools, but I'm sure it will also relate to the high school at some point. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there yes?
You had this on your radar already, but seeing as how we have the new OPM is on board, has there been any plan to reinvigorate the website for public materials?
That's why, as I said, earlier, we're trying to reconvene this communication subcommittee to update all of those things.
Okay, so I just wasn't sure if there was something more.
No,
Okay.
the committee, I'm going to speak to the committee afterwards of how we're going to move that forward.
Okay, because it'd be
working
good to
with
get
Vivian.
that moving sooner rather than later, obviously, because we're kind of, I was just thinking about some of the materials that were handed out tonight that the public doesn't have access to, so things like that. can be posted would be great.
Those are going to be on the school's website anyway.
Oh, they will?
In the building for the future.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you.
I had a question on the scheduling. For meetings, we do have November 20th is, it's going to,
We're supposed to be meeting, but there was an issue with this room that
Okay.
came up today.
okay,
So I'm trying to find a spot for it.
okay. I had the 27th on my calendar, but that's not right?
That wasn't right.
Wednesday
Okay.
before Thanksgiving.
First and third,
No, okay, I just want
Surprise that night.
consistent with the first and third,
to, okay. So it'll be the 20th, location to be
to be
determined.
determined, yes. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you all.